Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 25th. Thank you, William. I know you said guys can see my screen. Now you can hear me. All right. Well, we all know what's cooking today, and that is MJ. So take a look at the marijuana cannabis ETF. Of course, had a huge, every single cannabis, I shouldn't say every single one, but most cannabis stocks are going to look like this. So if you don't want to play a specific stock and you want to get into this, well, MJ. The other one is that POTX. I don't know if it has the same amount of volume. Let's see, 97,000 shares for MJ right now. Let's take a look at POTX. POTX. Yeah, so MJ still to me is the one. It just has more volume, but you can have your pick. Of course, the individual stocks like Tilray, TLRY. Just a huge run after hours. Well, actually, it started right at 245, and that is the last candle, and then it just continued after hours. And of course, the conjecture about maybe in your country getting it legalized. And CGC, hard to believe this is at this price. Wow, CGC, this was considered the quote-unquote best one. Anyway, CGC. And one other one to take a look at is Clover, CLVR. I think this had the biggest percentage increase this morning just because it's the cheapest. Yeah, 27%. But coming into some resistance right around this area. And this is shortable for me. Now, I did it. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. Big gap up here. I guess Cohen, who of course has got everything to do with GME, has been hammering at Bed Bath & Beyond for a change. And so I guess what they've done is they've added 3 directors at his wishes. So anyway, that's the reason for BBBY gapping up. Obviously, the huge level for it to take out today would be the 2480. It did get up there. It got up to 2531. I say 2480 because 3 days ago that was the high. If it can take out that high, you just got to look left, and it's got all sorts of room to that 30 level. So now it remains to be seen if this is going to continue. But anyway, obviously worth watching all day. Yeah, NIO and XPAV, a couple of the big China EV players, released earnings today. And this is the result so far. NIO is down, and XPAV is doing virtually the same thing. XPAV is doing a little more erratic, but the same thing. LI, the other one, it did not release earnings, but I think in a sympathy play, it is gapped down also. TEL is having a nice day. This could be really interesting, again, because of the gap. So TEL is just over 5. What did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 440. I'm sorry, this is yesterday's candle. So it did get up to 493. So it is broken above 5 now. It's a big float. They don't have to be small, but it is a big float. I don't see any specific news on it. But of course, the attraction of this one is, well, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 576, and then after that, way up here at 8. I'm not saying it's going to get here, but I mean that's the attraction. CYRN, security play. CYRN had earnings. They got hammered down on earnings, at least so far. Yep, down 18%. CYRN. This Indian travel company, YTRA, ITRA. So they've gapped up, and the news I read on them, they've got some kind of a subsidiary that is filing for an IPO. All right, now it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. This is another one that is shortable for me. So I have I'm skeptical that it's going to take this out, this 200-day out. So this is perhaps a prime fade candidate, and that is YTRA. Couldn't see any news for this one, and the volume was pretty light, but Albertsons, ACI, let's see if it's still down here. Yeah, look at this. Couldn't see any news on it. The last news I see is on the 22nd, so I don't see any news specifically on Albertsons today, ACI. But this is a big gap down, guy. I mean, that's a big gap down. Yeah, I just don't see any news on it. Well, if anybody can dig up some news on Albertsons, why this is down, because that's a big gap down, guys. Almost looks, was this a buyout or something? Almost looked like this was a buyout. I know they went public back here, but just the way it trading over the last few days. Secondary, why don't I see that here? Thank you, though. Okay, I do not see that. My IB headlines, not in ours either. Okay, well, that's the reason. Thank you very much. Tiva, haven't seen this one for a long time. This used to be super active. It is gapped up this morning. Is it holding its gap? Yes, it is actually. It's holding its gap. Don't see any specific news on it. This was, of course, this one was all about the opioid settlements, etc. And so I do see some news on the 22nd. Is that? Yeah, 107 million. Wow, 107 million dollars. Rhode Island's. That was on the 22nd. $107 million, well, $28 million in cash, plus the delivery of anti-overdose treatments, etc. So, but that was on the 22nd, and we are now the 25th. So I don't know if this is just kind of a delayed reaction to it. ONL. Don't know very much about this one, but it has gapped down. Don't know, I guess there's an IPO back here. Another disaster IPO, Orion Office REIT. It's an earnings play. So that's the reason for the gap down. So this is an all-time low right now for ONL. This could be maybe one of those ones that we're just going to short. See what holds the underneath 15, all-time low, earnings play, all the recipes for further disaster perhaps. MFH, the China stocks were down. Let me just take a look at KWeb. Yeah, so the China stocks most of them, of course, have gapped down. There's KWeb right here. But this one, MFH, had a nice day yesterday and a bit of a continuation today. Bit of one. So I don't know. I still didn't see any news on it yesterday or today, but anyway, it is up. And BNR. Yeah, okay, so this one, the news on this one, this is another China stock, biotech, BNR. The news I see here is that Kathy Wood bought another $1 million worth yesterday, I think, and increased the stake, 2.7 million shares in her fund now, $26 million. Not that her fund has done well in the last while, but anyway, that I guess was, well, not I guess, that was the news, the reason for the pop, but now look at the drop. Great short, if anybody saw that early enough. And then, yes, just as I was opening the room, Agri, AGRI, popped up. How's wheat doing? Yeah, wheat is kind of stuck now. Not really doing too much. But anyway, agricultural stock, of course. How's Arcadia doing? RKDA, is it following suit? Sort of, not really though. Only 1%. So Agri, of course, is the one leading the charge. All right, 9/11. Let me just check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. Just give me a moment, please. All right, checking my briefing.com and just checking to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. What? Interesting. We went 2 upgrades and we had a few more downgrades, but not many of each really, but only 2 upgrades. Rio and Fetch, FTCH, those are the 2 upgrades. This is from, again, this is from briefing.com. I forgot to mention the Honest Company, HNST earnings, and this is another all-time low. Forgot to mention that one. It is on my list. Just overlooked it. And that's HNST, another one potentially ripe for a continuation short. All-time low earnings. One more to go, and then now, interestingly, I have a multiple downgrades for this stock, MEIP, multiple downgrades from Jefferies, Wells Fargo, and Stifel, and that is for MEI. Wow, okay, I don't know what. Didn't see this one. I guess this is because it was under $1. Well, why didn't you tell us to short it when it was up here? Yeah, so there's your news. Disaster for this company, MEIP. There's your news. Does not plan to submit an FDA marketing application based on the single-arm phase 2 study following discouragement from the agency. So that's the reason for this one getting slammed down. Yeah, these have got, Tilray and CGC both. I mean, they've got some pretty high floats. Hard to believe they're going to keep moving that much higher, but that's why the other one, some of the other ones, I think they're smaller floats. You know, there's a CLVR. You know, it is up 32%, only 19 million. However, coming into potentially a lot of resistance on that daily chart for CLVR. Okay, this one is just looking to see anything else coming in here. Another cannabis play, of course, Flora Growth, another, it's, you know, not as big a float, 55 million in the float, up 14%. And that is FLGC. So again, let's take a look at the Honest Company, HNST, another disaster, absolute disaster IPO, guys. I mean, you know, IPO'd a little less than a year ago, back in May of last year, straight down, straight down. And of course now it's an all-time low and it's an earnings play. So yeah, so the key thing for me right now is holding under 5. That's a psychological number in my opinion. It got down to 477 in the pre-market. That is HNST. And let's see, I'm just looking at a couple of other things on my thumbnail charts. See if anything is interesting. And I see that oil is falling a little bit today. So my guess is that, here we go. So Brent is down 360, WTI down 344. So oil is sliding a little bit today. So when we look at the sectors, I'm sure that probably the energy sector will be 100% down from yesterday's close. Yeah, take a look at them now. Not quite 95%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs. Now the market is in for a modest positive open. Okay, I'm just looking at the SPY right now, modest positive open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up that sector. That 95% represents the fact that 95% of them are below yesterday's close, okay? Which makes sense with energy, with the oil prices sliding a bit. So if we're looking for a positive sector right now, well, most of them are positive again. Just because the SPY is having a modestly positive open. So technology, 84% of them are above yesterday's close. Financial, 72%, etc. Okay. Of course, this can change dramatically. If we look at this half an hour from now, it could be a completely different picture. That we know, Zach. Yes, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, interesting. And with oil prices sliding a little bit, let's take a look at some of the airlines. I'm seeing Azul is popping up here, South American airline. So let's just take a look at Jets ETF. Yeah, not really much motion here, but AZUL definitely on its own here. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news. It's pretty low float also, 89 million in the float. So yeah, keep an eye on Azul. The interesting thing, 1522. 1522 is the next high looking left. I mean, this is at a nice, compare this to, say, let's take a look at American Airlines, okay? Yeah, actually, okay, American, they had the pop, and then I thought they dropped more when oil prices were increasing, but not really. Just kind of hanging tough. UAL probably looking exactly the same, and Delta, big three, probably exactly the same. Yeah, all the same, except look at Azul. Now, Azul, of course, was coming maybe from a down here, where the other ones were already, in this area. So interesting. Well, bearing that in mind, then, I mean, the airlines, I mean, depending on what oil does today, airlines could be poised for a bit of a breakout. Meanwhile, the China stocks appear to still be sliding here. K-Web moving down. Got to break out of here, though. We got to break either high or low. All right, Agri is still strong here. Agri is still strong. This next is interesting. I saw this one yesterday. We saw NEX and we saw Next. They're not related at all. Just happened to be just coincidental. But Next, yeah, I mean, it had a nice day yesterday. Didn't really pull back very much from the highs at all. The high looked like it's around 496, and it closed at 84 or so. So it did not pull back that much. Over 5 now. Looking left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 613 is the next high. So that's got a ton of room. There's $1 until that high in the monthly. Let's back out the weekly chart and see if it's sort of the same. Yes, this has got some room, guys. I don't know what what do they do? This is natural gas. Okay, so well, maybe they are related. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, okay, similar industries, natural gas, and next is support activities, etc. So next, maybe they are related. I don't know. At any rate, this is now an all-time high. So next, NEX is an all-time high. No volume yet for it, but this is an all-time high. MEIP continues down. Give me a moment here, guys. Just making an adjustment to put my symbol lists. And then we've got GRWG. Now this has a fairly low float. Yeah, GRWG, another cannabis play, of course. Look how beaten up that was. Oh, man. I remember, actually, I mean, this was an interesting one because when cannabis was still, doing absolutely nothing. I mean, look at GRWG, it was soaring, soaring, soaring. Because if you look at the rest of the cannabis stocks, they were not doing this. All the way up to 67. And then kaboom, right down to 10 or lower, 668. Oh, 90% cut. Ooh, look at Hun, guys. Hun's taking a bit of a beating here. Starboard will likely lose the Huntsman Board Challenge. So whatever this means, this has caused this stock to drop here. This just hit the wires around right here. Well, actually, it was earlier. Nope, no 25K rule. No, not in Canada. Wow, this is getting thumped here, guys. HUN. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'm gonna put myself on mute just for a minute here. Okay, I am back. NIO continues down off its earnings release. These topping tails, I don't believe them. So, I think I saw COM. Didn't I see COM as a downgrade? Yeah, so COM was downgraded, and yeah, so this has actually affected it. It looks like it's affected it. Bank of America Securities downgrades COM scope. So that downgrade is certainly affecting it right now, BOA, Bank of America. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week, everyone. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. My only exception sometimes is in my 10-day daily breakdown. If I get something within the first 15, especially if it's an all-time low and there is some news on it, be it earnings or some other news, that is when I may take something in the first 15. Otherwise, I typically just wait it out. And that's not a recommendation for you to do the same. You do what you have to do, but all right, we are now open. This GFAI, guys, guard force, I did notice it as it broke $1. This was, of course, a very active one a few days ago. Got all the way up to $1.50. Low float, 13.9 million in the float. Yeah, this one just got halted. SPRC just got halted. I don't think I've ever seen this one, so I don't know if this is an IPO or they changed symbols. But yeah, SPRC just got halted. A lot of Israeli stocks popping in. Is this and this is a pharma, it's not a defense stock, so, or a cybersecurity stock. Well, this could be the crazy one today, guys. I mean, there's, obviously the low float. It's already traded 500,000. It just got halted. 650, 650, the potential open. Of course, this can change. No clue this was going to happen. There was really no action in the pre-market. Okay, looking at these cannabis plays, so yeah, so they're making new market highs, but they're not taking out the pre-market. There's the yeah, it might have gone too quickly for me. They say HNST. Well, look at that. I'm stupid. I wanted to put an alert just underneath 5. Well, let's see how well this holds underneath that 5 level for HNST. So SPRC, so 665, 665. This could be the open. What time is it? 9:30, 20. So this, if it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 20 seconds past 9:35. If it is a 5-minute halt. Look at fuel cell, FCEL, moving down also. All right, guys. Well, I did get some of the HNST as it pulled back. So the trigger was at 459. I'm in right around that 461 actually on the short. Let's see what happens. If it gets back up to say 470, I'm out. But let's see if this has any sort of more catastrophic move downwards. And that's from my 10-day daily breakdown. And how's our friend? Wow, look at MFH. So this is now sinking, probably like most of the China stocks, MFH. All right. Well, this is what I was talking about, guys. My favorite play, really. Stocks making all-time. Okay, I've covered some. I have covered some. Covered some of the HNST, but my favorite play really is, a stock that is. Oh, what's it? Albert's. Now this is this is a financing. Somebody mentioned this is a financing. But this is what I'm talking about. So for the HNST. Wow, this is just getting clobbered now, guys. On a percentage, it's all about the percent. The percentage moves. That's all I'm really interested in. All right, so this says SPRC is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Meanwhile, Agri, let's see, Agri. No shorts available for me on that one, so. Wow, look at GME, my goodness, GME. It looks like it's going to get close to that 150 mark again today. Huh, what a pop. 137, $7, GME. Wow. Doesn't get too much better than this, guys. HNST. The interesting thing to me was that it was no problem getting a short. The reason I say that is it's not because there were a lot of shorts available, but the uptick rule did not stop me at all. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. You know, wow, look at GME. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to 150. Of course, another huge meme stock. Cohen now involved or convinced them to, I guess, get three different directors or more directors. I'm not sure. I just read the headline for Bed Bath & Beyond. Of course, Cohen's got everything to do with GME. All right. Now, Tiva's got a lot of volume, shares in the float, 1 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this, but obviously some volume coming in. And I now see that headline. Bernstein upgraded it to target of $11. Okay. Big opioid settlement with Rhode Island a couple of days ago, and that is for the Tiva. Okay, there's Next, guys. Next is on the move here. NEXT. It still has room. 613 is the next high looking left. This one sometimes is active. I didn't see this in the pre-market, but Joby, Joby, it's an earnings plate, a lot of volume. It is a big float, 292 million in the float. Let's look left. What do we see? 623. This looks like it could easily stall at around 623, and this is shortable for me. So I'd be looking at a potential short on this one now. Not right now, but I want to see how close it gets to that 623 mark. I'm going to stick an alert there, see how close it gets. Okay, so this is very choppy right now, the BBBY, very choppy. No, boy, so this did open, yes. See if there's any news on this one. Ooh, just got halted on the way down now, I think. Or it's getting, yeah, it's going to get halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down now. Wow, look at GME, guys. Holy smokes. 150 now. GME 150. Well, okay, I lied. 149.48 was the high. Okay, little cannabis play here. I call it little because of the float, 19 million. It is showing up on my option scanner, but I just think there's too much resistance around, between here and 220. All right, Rada, another, man, there's Joby now. Okay, well, let's see if it takes this out. This 620 out. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, it's got room. Monthly chart 760, and that's the Joby, Joby. It's not a low float, but it is an earnings play. And Rada, another Israeli stock. I don't know if this is cybersecurity or not. Defense technology, well, it's a defense stock. So, Rada, RADA. Mm-hmm. To do a reset or something. All right, the Clover, well, again, listen, if it takes out this 220, I mean, it's got the room, and it's a very low float. Just looking at the monthly chart here, 337. 223 is the next high looking left. That was last month. So, all right, gap down and go. So this is a China stock, had earnings yesterday. It was okay for a while, but like most of the China stocks, drifted downwards. Be interesting to see where this one opens. SPRC, it's not opening. Right now the halt is at 593, and 593 is what's listed as the potential open. Should be open right now. Okay, it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Okay, this just opened. SPRC just opened. All right, for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert here, 661 for SPRC. See if it takes out the high of the body of that candle, the one it got halted on, and see if that happens. Meanwhile, my HNSD is still working. I want to see how close it can get to 4. There's the low of the day right here down at 424. See if it takes that out. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm missing out on this RATA. Yeah, I missed out on this RATA. Was really really watching this SPRC to see if it has a big explosion. You know, it's such a low float. Yeah, maybe I'll put an alert at 641. Takes that out. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Okay, it's not a buy. Well, no, it's not a buy order. I mean, I just want to know if it happens. Price alerts, you know, it's just an alert. That's all it is. So if it takes it out, I want to see what sort of volume it's doing it on. I want to see kind of quickly look at the pattern, and then I'll make up my mind. But it's not no. If I hits that price, I'm buying it. No. Yeah, this Joby looks, you know, like it's going to have a tough time getting through here, this 622 level. All right, guys, next is really interesting. I mentioned this in the pre-market. Now, I had this big bottoming tail. I don't know if I can completely believe that, but next, it's still got some room. This is the same on the monthly and the weekly chart. The next highs are 613. Of course, it's an energy play, natural gas. Okay, so this is now a gap down in reverse, CYRN, okay? Another Israeli stock. We'll call it, well, cybersecurity. That's what it is. Had earnings, got hit hard on earnings, but recovering. CYRNE, CYRN. Yeah, you're right, FRGE is halted. All right, well, there's something from your scan, Zach. I know you know it, but STRA, what's the high? It's an all-time high right now. Of course, energy play, STRA, energy play. Whoa, look what's popping up here, guys. ALLG. It's doing its thing. 14.50, almost a $2 run. ALLG. All right, GLNG, guys, on the move here. Energy play, of course. It's had a nice 3-day run. And what do we see looking left? 23.27, so it's above that. And 24.83, so this has got some room still. This is the GLNG. GLNG, guys, still running here. Oh, yeah, no kidding, GME. It's a wild one. I mean, look what happened. I mean, it hit that 150 mark, dropped down to 142, and now it just exploded over 150 again. Telling you guys, nothing surprises me with this one if it hits 200 again. I don't mean today. I don't mean tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's Saturday. Nothing surprises me about this. Not enough for me. Oh. Never. Oh, you're short this, but it just okay. Now it's getting more interesting as a short. I thought it was still at the 620 level. Wow. I mean, but this is pretty strong. It's an earnings play. You know, it is really strong. Strong earnings play. And the next high looking left is what? 760. Yeah. What's the high here? 760, yeah, on the weekly and the monthly chart. And what did FRGE do? As an wow is right. Oh man, my little HNST, I mean, it may not be quite the same as the other. Well, on a percentage basis, this is awesome. HNST on the short. My number one focus this morning was HNST. Wow, look at ALLG now. Oh, man. Oh, wow. So yesterday's high was way up here, 21.18. Yeah, FRGE halted again. SPRC halted on the way down again. So I guess this was a SPAC, right? This was a SPAC that turned into FRGE, I'm going to assume, just based on the price. And, you know, relatively low float, not crazy low, but relatively low float. GLNG, guys, GLNG. This came actually from my across the VWAP scan. I promise I'll have, well, I better note to myself, I'm going to add that to the list of scans that I'm sharing. What are your thoughts on Agri? Let's hear your thoughts first. I mean, obviously it popped up. It's a seed play, agricultural play. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. You know, low float, 11.5 million to float, so you always got to be careful. It's pulled back quite a bit, 609 down to 532. The other one is a pure cannabis play. Sundial is a cannabis play. Yeah, it's under $1 now. So I mean, my guess, have the cannabis stocks, are they fading? Yeah, they're all fading now. So next, GLNG. Wow, what a day. How's this TEL doing? TEL. I got to pay way more attention. I know I've said this for the last few days, but my watch list is really producing now. You want to have just a few stocks to focus on. I'm trying to, just get a few, fewer stocks. And you can just tell. I mean, next, 526, 533, nothing unbelievable, but look at TEL. 526, 557, these are great percentage moves. Clover, my guess is that's falling. Yeah, Clover fell. I mean, it did get up to 233. Clover's a cannabis play. So, you've got to, if you were going to look at this Clover, you've got to be looking at the index. You've got to be looking at MJ just to, get the direction of the sector. Now, they're all falling. Now, it doesn't mean they're all going to fall forever today, but you got to be aware of what the sector is doing. All right, here's a little YCBD. What the heck did they do? Oh, that's right. This is the toilet preparation market, a huge sector. But they're no. Okay, they're in the wrong sector. Anyway, it's the way our database is structured. It's in the wrong sector, obviously. Anyway, this is a cannabis play. YCBD cannabis play. Okay. So this one has not, it's very 36 million in the float, so it's a lot. Probably has a lot. It hasn't dropped like the rest of them yet, anyway. Wow, GLNG. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Yeah, where was that GLNG? Oh, look at the Joby. I mean, what I'm actually seeing is that these breaks, these VWAP breaks, where the heck is it? I know it's here. It's where I saw it. There it is, GLNG. 2316 on the VWAP break right there. Okay. All right, GRWG from Shady. Let's take a look at that one. Well, I'll stick an alert here at 991 and see if it gets back up here. But like most of the cannabis stocks, that's what they're doing. All right, guys, I've covered some more of my HNST. That may be it for it, but we'll see. I want to just see if it can get even closer to $4. Nice boring Friday morning, right? Ha! So, Bad, I don't know if you heard what I said. Nobody's going to tell you if anything is a good buy or a bad buy, okay? Maybe you didn't hear me. I mean, the Agri it's a seed play, okay? Very, very low float, 11 million in the float. It had a pop up here. Now, if it holds here and maybe starts to move on some volume, it may give you a trade. The other one, though, it's a sub $1 stock now, SNDL. It's falling with the rest of the marijuana stocks. So, maybe you can't hear me. But nobody is going to say, yes, this is a good buy it now. Certainly I'm not anyway. Anything, okay? I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, just have to look at what the rest of the cannabis plays are doing. Now, if you think next week they're going to pass this bill, or it's very unlikely that it's going to, even if it gets passed, that it's going to happen next week. But I mean, that's what you're betting on, right? So whether or not, so it all depends on how you feel about that. I have no special insight into what's going to happen next week. I mean, to me, the amazing thing on the GME is that, look at it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, it's basically doubled in 5 days. Okay? I mean, think about that. It's $65, $75 stock. Well, I guess I could even spur it higher. Okay, just wanted to make sure because I saw you posted a couple of times with the Agri and the sundial. Okay, guys, China is in disarray right now. I mean, look at K-Web. I would love to see it break out, though, one way or the other. Right down here. And that'll get, well, of course, that will mean that most of the China stocks are really falling. I'd love to see it take this out, this 26, because then you look left underneath, you got down to 20. Meanwhile, FRGE halted on the way down now. So this ASAN is getting hammered again. I know it's on Zach's bounce plays. All right, guys. So I'm glad I basically covered most of my eight. I'm completely out of the HNST now. It's had a bounce, so I covered most of it a little earlier, and now I've covered completely out of it now. HNST. Wow, look at this Manu. I mean, I love to short this one. The only problem is I wish this weren't here. Imagine if this were down to 1350. And then look underneath. Look at the room it's got underneath. So I'm going to stick an alert right around there, 1350. It did show up on my VWAP cross. But I won't take it because I just think there's too much support. Not that far away. Oh, look here. PIK is active again, and it just got halted. Remember, this one had the big Disney news, I think it was here. And it popped up, got all the way up to 756. Came back down to earth somewhat. Well, this is continuing to drift down from Zach's scan, the topping, or not the topping tail, bounce plays, but it continues to drift down. ASAN. Remember, everybody was crazy about MULN. Look at it now, MULN. Look at it now. Again, another one. Looks like this is, well, it's got some support maybe around the 2 level. All right, FRGE just resumed. Yeah, well, you've got room to two anyway on the MULN. Oh, well, okay. First of all, welcome to the room. That's okay. Well, what I said was, I mean, with Agri, it's a low float situation. Very very low float, 11 million in the float. So you've always got to be careful about it. But I mean, it's just giving it up. I mean, it got up to what 6.11. That's a dollar drop on a $6 stop. That's a big percentage. So it's my thoughts. First of all, in this room, certainly I will never tell anybody what to buy or sell. Okay. So, if anybody asks the question, is this a good buy now? I'm never ever going to say, yes, it is. But you just have to look what's happened. I mean, it had the lot of excitement at the beginning and then the drop. I mean, it's been a very active stock, of course, but where you would hope. I mean, I don't know. Maybe 460 will hold it. I don't know. But I mean, it's just drifting down now. So there's no maybe five holds it. Whole numbers like a psychological number of five. Maybe it holds it, but right now, to me, it's just there's no direction other than down. The other one, Sundial. I mean, again, you have to watch the whole sector. I mean, it just got all the excitement about what was happening in the sector, right? And got up to this level, didn't quite take out a dollar, but with the rest of the sector, it's all moving down, or it's moving down with the rest of the sector. So I mean, there's another one though. If you think next week, I mean, if you have to know what the news is, if you think that legalization of marijuana in your country is imminent, then you make up your mind. Right now though, the market is saying, well, let's back up a little bit here. That excitement, that's what the market is saying right now. Wow, here's one. I don't know this one at all. ICVX. Look at this thing. I didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Because it didn't trade really, or did it? It did. I didn't see this one. This is that's right. This was the one from I think from yesterday. But an all-time low now. ICVX an all-time low. Just got cut in half. Absolutely cut in half. 51% down. Got to keep an eye on this one. See if it continues down. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. Last month's low was 595. So it's basically at that low. Stick an alert around 584 and see if it takes it out. It is shortable for me. 84,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So we'll see what happens later on. And again, guys, China continues to drift down. Just keep an eye on K-Web. Here's another one I don't really know too much about. CURI, another earnings play, getting close to, man, another one, close to an all-time low. All-time low is 277. CURI, the curiosity stream. What do you do? Oh, right, I remember when they tried to get onto some cable networks, the curiosity stream. I guess people aren't curious. mean, another one. I mean, look at these IPOs, guys. $24. When was this? This was a little over a year ago. Down to 3. Well, GLNG has just been stellar, guys. GLNG on that break, that VWAP break, 2309 was the VWAP break, and it's performed very nicely. Okay, PIK just wow, it did open, and it so this one did not drop. So this one opened, and it's just a matter of traders getting involved in it again. It did have news about Disney on this day, and it continued the following day. Remember, this came from $1.50, so in 2 days it got up to what, 7.50 or so. So ASAN has not had a bounce at all. ASAN, I know it's on Zach's bounce scan, but it is just getting brutalized here. Oh, and the Hun short, yeah. I mean, somebody I can't remember who it was, but couldn't figure out the reason why it was dropping. But it's a financing. I guess it's a financing. No, that was another one. This is something to do with Starboard loses board directors, loses the board vote. Anyway, yeah, I mean it was straight down. I'm going to take a look at NEX, NEX. All right, keep an eye on Posh here. Posh has room. It had earnings on the 22nd, so I think that's there's a reaction. Actually, this is the reaction right here because earnings were after hours on the 22nd. So here is the reaction on the 23rd. But you know what? I mean, it's just sliding away. And 12.27, so it's got $1 to the next low. Well, where is the next low looking like for ASAN? 35.61, 35.61. So that's still got some room if it wants to, based on the chart. But maybe that whole number holds at 37. Maybe. Look at the SPY, guys. Big pop here in the SPY. Whoops. That's what was happening. Covering it up. Just give me a moment. So I didn't even really look at the market. So the NAS is down a little, Dow's up, and the SPY is up. Okay, so a minor disconnect in the market right now versus the so-called value and growth stocks. Okay. But look at this move in the market right here. So if you're trying to find a bounce, I mean, maybe that ASAN. All right, ASAN, let's see. I mean, the next, where's the high over here is 37.31. So bounce plays will work a lot better when you see a candle like this, okay? Now, I'm not saying this is going to bounce, in a huge way or anything, but, just in general, if you're looking for a bounce play, I mean, you like to see a big green candle like that in the SPY. How's that pick doing? PIK doing? Holding? Yeah, it's holding 5, guys. So, I mean, the next levels to keep an eye on, 533 and 540. So you can kind of see. I mean, if it keeps going, and the volume still is strong, which it is, and it takes this out right here, that 540. I know you're giving up 20 cents, but maybe with the idea, whoops. Maybe with the idea though, takes these two highs out, then traders are looking at that next high looking left, which is way above it, almost $2 above that. So yeah, you might be giving up 20 cents, but maybe with the consideration that, okay, it's taken out these two highs, it still has room to run. So if you're in this hunt, the next area is 34, about 35. So you've got about 70 cents on the next low looking left. All right, guys, I took myself out of the ASAN long. It just didn't pop the way obviously I wanted it to. So took a little loss on the ASAN. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on something right now. Shoot. Well, I took a loss on going long the ASAN, so it may bounce later on, but all right, guys, it is 10:27, so get ready. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my home page. All right, on my home page, you click on my link. This is what you're going to see. You will see, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use this promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Just give you a quick look to see how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So you can apply the 15%. That premium will get down to what, 1,800? How about 1,700? And this is 850, okay? Applying that 15%. The big difference is our AI, which we'll take a look at in a little bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, my recommendation is don't do it. If you don't know you want this program for sure, you can always start off with a monthly. The reason I keep saying that is that, some people take out an annual and a couple of months later they think, you know what, maybe it's not for me, or I don't, for whatever reason. You will not get a refund. Okay, so make sure you want the program. You can always just go month to month, 118, 228, less the 15%. That discount is only good for the first month, but at any point you do want to upgrade to an annual from a monthly, you can do so and we'll honor the 15%, okay? Now, this is a new section, getting started with Trade Ideas. Do yourself a favor, spend 30 minutes and take a look at this. This is brand new this week. Here we all are, but more importantly, of course, download and installation, episode 1, etc. First startup and login, episode 2. Okay, so please spend the 30 minutes to look at that before you do anything else. Now, my home page, 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and education is right here. So if you take a look at the getting started, then you can take a look at the user guide if you want. Obviously a lot more details, but it's segmented. You want to learn more about alert windows and top list windows, etc. Okay, you want to learn about our stock racing, kind of a new feature. You have a couple of videos here and some text. Some text which explains it all right? And then the table, click on the full table of contents. It's all searchable. Daily support session. So I take a break at around noon, and between 12 and 1, somebody else takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I will confirm that before I take my break, and I will put the YouTube link in the main room if you want to head over there for that hour. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week it'll be Monday, Wednesday. This week it was a Tuesday, Thursday rotation, but you can sign up for them all here. And again, if you're looking to just learn about trading at the very big, what is a stock? I mean, you can't get more basic than that. Our free series, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so if you're really new to trading, please take a look at this. And last, my scans. I'm going to add that. I'm going to add the VWAP scan over the weekend. It's not here, but all the scans that I am sharing are here. Okay. So a lot of information in these 2 links plus here. So save my link, then you can look at these 3 sections anytime you want. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. All right, I'm just going to put an alert here for the ASAN around 3732. See if it takes that out later on. Okay, so we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I'm sharing, or how you can get the scans that I'm sharing. We're also sharing a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, we have a lot of scans that are right here. Okay? So for instance, we have momentum stocks or a momentum channel. Just give me a moment. Wow, there's the pick, guys. The pick now is way above. I got to interrupt myself here. I lost complete. I had an alert set here, but I guess I was doing my spiel and I missed that. I missed the alert. It popped on my screen. But pick is really, really flying now. You got to be careful. 5.5 million in the float. 10 million have traded. It's going to trade the float many times today. Maybe not quite as stupendous as these days, where it traded. What day was this? It traded 110 million, and the day before was 124 million. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, I just have to pay attention. Now, I'm going to have to put myself on mute, guys. I'm in a trade, so I have to put myself on mute. Right, so I did take a trade in this pick. I made a little bit, and what I'm trying to do is see if it takes that. I'm not in it anymore. I'm trying to see if it takes that 610 again, and gets to that high, and then maybe starts to challenge the high of 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, which was 720. So that's why I had to just put myself on mute for a bit. Not necessarily did I miss it. Zach. A lot happening right now for me. But my focus right now, of course, is going to be on that pick if it takes out 6 again. Just because of what it did a few days ago. And because of the float. Not for everybody, but anyway, I've got an alert set. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, move on. But the ASAN, yes. I mean, okay, guys, I did take it. I had my alert set. And that alert set again right here, 37.14, I think it was. So anyway, wow. Okay, where was I? If you want more scans than my scans, again, we've got channels here. They're all theme-based. So here's a momentum channel, okay? Here's a scan. It's called momentum. If you want it, you save it to the cloud. I'm going to kind of go through this pretty quickly, guys, okay, today. You save it to the cloud, you move on to another channel. Now, like my scans, you can always make adjustments. And if you don't like this, you don't like the price range or anything else, you can make changes. If you like it the way it is, save it to the cloud, go on to another channel. You know, want the earnings channel for whatever reason. You know, you can save, you can pick one, save it to the cloud. All I'm really trying to show you, and this, I'm not trying to teach you how to use trade ideas in any great detail right now, because I want you to take a look at that getting started, but how you can save things from our channels to the cloud, scans that you might like, and then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating a layout of your own without actually not having to build a scan from scratch. Okay? Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So what we did as a company is said, you know what, most people do not want to learn a programming language. So we created a lot of different alerts. These are, when you see these icons, these are the alerts. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we have a lot of alerts, a lot of filters. And why we have a lot of them? Because again, we didn't feel people wanted to learn how to learn how to program in order to use trade ideas. So don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we do have, okay? We have a lot because we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've got enough of them that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scans, okay? Meanwhile, so on a bounce play like this, you know, for all the reasons it was going down, they're still there. Obviously, you know, people were trying to maybe pick a bottom. I mean, I picked it the first time, had a little loss on it, wanted to see it take out that level again, the 37.15, 37.20 level, which it did. I'm out of it now, completely out of it now. Trying to, you know, do a few things at once, so completely out of it now. And again, if you want, if you're part of our premium, if you have our premium service and you want to follow the AI, which obviously you do because that's why you took the premium service, this is what I would do. Make it super simple. Click on New from our toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? This is the window that you'll see. And all you do is follow the alerts all day long. How you trade them will be up to you. If you take it from the channel bar, it looks virtually the same. But what I would do is I wouldn't, you know, I mean, you can look at it from the channel bar, but really the most important window from it is right here. So I would forget about everything else and just have this window, okay? And that's what I've done. You know, this is the same window, okay? That's what I've done. All right, guys. Now, just a quick word about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, the big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. if you want some historical, it says, but you know what? The historical, it almost means nothing. I hate to say it like that because, you know, in order to use the AI really well, you've got to manage the trades on your own. That simple. If you're looking to auto trade the AI, I mean, I'm totally against it. You know, I can't block people from doing it. But if you're looking for some kind of statistical performance, if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, I think they have something. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong. Typed it in incorrectly. Okay. And they'll probably have something that'll show you what the AI would have done versus the SPY. Personally, I don't think it means much, but hey. All right, guys, so the Brokerage Plus that I put in there are two videos. The link has two videos. There's a short video if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Shows you how you can trade using this window from within Trade Ideas, okay? Only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, sorry, not available. And you notice it says there's an option, Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, live and simulation. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if that's what you want to do. Now listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You know, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. Okay, just that this feature would not be available to you. If you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use it. The other main reason for it is as a simulator, okay? Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. Okay, you can, if you want to start out practicing trading, you're still not sure about who your broker is going to be, no problem. All you need is our standard service. You click on Sim. Watch what happens when I click on, well, I'm going to back this up. So right now it'll say not connected. You click on Sim. For simulation, paper trading, it'll say eventually something. Select account, click on select account, click on simulated trading default, and now you are in simulation mode. It uses our real-time data, okay? So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service, and now you can practice trading. Super simple. Click on an alert, symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price. If you're going to go long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Cannot emphasize that more. Okay? Well, I guess I can emphasize it more. But yeah, good for you, Zach. I know you held on. I could not hold on to that. But getting closer to the VWAP, 38.69 could be that target. That's what that's what Zach is saying. Yeah, you can see exactly what Shady is talking about, okay? Why he's talking about 539. Just look at the high right there in that 5-minute chart and the current one. You can see that if it takes out that level right there. So here's how you can play say a conditional buy. Let's say you did want to take TEL, okay? And you want to take it at say 540. So you pick how many shares, 500 shares. You put 540 in both boxes. This is in the simulator, of course. Click the buy button and you will see a blue line will appear on the chart. That's my price alert line, but you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart at 540, okay, and it'll take the trade at 540. So that's how you can play, let's say a conditional buy order above the current price. Of course, you can do the same thing if you wanted to play a pullback. Say you wanted to take, so you see now that didn't trigger yet. That was the price alert. But if you wanted to take this trade down here at 523, say a pullback to the low of that 15-minute candle, if that was part of your trading plan, then all you would do is put 523 in the price and the stop, click the buy button, and a blue line would appear below it. Okay? Whew. Okay, guys. I'm just kind of waiting on this pick, guys, to see if it looks like it's trying to base here around this 550 mark. If it takes this out, gets up to that 570 or 580 mark, this could have that could be the beginning of another run. We'll just have to wait and see, though. Volume has dwindled off, of course, but all right. So you can see right there, it took the trade. It took the trade for tell. Now, at any point, if you put in a conditional buy or sell order, if you're shorting, or conditional order, you don't like it anymore, right? All you have to do is just go to the orders and cancel. Obviously, this filled now, but before it filled, you would have seen the order, and you could just right click, and you would have seen cancel order. Now, another thing, you want to practice swing trading. If I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Okay? So you can practice swing trading. Give me a moment here, guys. I am just... okay, it's moving again. I was all set to, guys, I mean, listen. You probably, when I put myself on mute, it was for this one, the ICVX, okay? Because I was trying to get it, and because of the uptick rule, I couldn't get it quite where I wanted. I was able to finally get it, and now it's really working well, ICVX. Again, I'm loving this. I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown, and when it's making an all-time low, really focus on it. And then the only difference is it has earnings next week. So it didn't have, it is a downgrade and all that, but anyway, this is really working well. I mean, it's all about the percentage moves, okay? I mean, 572 down to 544, it's a great percentage move. Now, I actually was in at 574 because it popped up a little bit, and I kept waiting and waiting, and actually I was trying to get it at 578. All right, guys, pick is coming back. Whew. Come on. That was from Zach Scan, okay? Right here. Zach Scan right here. It was a bounce play. So again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay? All right, pick little rejection at 6. I'm still going to stick my alert again around just underneath 6, see if it takes it out again. Yeah, so many energy names off that scan right now. RRC, well, SU, 2 of them anyway. Well, SU I guess could have, but RRC certainly is still strong. Boy, this is just, see why, I mean, these lifetime lows, I mean, there's nothing holding it up. Nothing on the chart. I mean, it doesn't mean at some point it's not going to bounce, but I mean, as we speak, I mean, there's nothing holding it up because it's a lifetime low. So when you look at a chart, you can't see, oh, all sorts of support, 20 cents away. I mean, the HNST was a nice trade also. I got it earlier than the 449. Actually, what did I get it at? Yeah, around 460. So actually right around there. Okay. This one I don't think moved down. 32. Well, actually it moved down too. This is the financing. This is the one that somebody indicated was the financing, ACI. The LIQT 256, it really didn't do too much. But then this one has just been beautiful. 572 down to 545. It's a great percentage move. And it's interesting because it's a low float, 20 million in the float, but the spread was always, not terrible, and it hasn't been jumpy. A lot of times. That's why you really have to pay attention when it's a low float. You got to really, really pay attention. You cannot wander away from your computer if you do take one of these low floaters, either on the upside or the short side. Now, somebody, I can't remember if it was in the our YouTube room or in the main room, saying, why did we get rid of the WSBs? Well, we didn't really, as a channel. It's been renamed the meme channels, okay? Meme stocks. So you can see GME right at the top here, okay? So these are the meme stocks. We just gave it another name instead of WSB. All right? So I don't know if, I can't remember who asked that question yesterday in the, I can't remember if it was in our YouTube room or in the main room. Oh man, guys, what a collapse, ICVX. All right, so they actually did have some news, okay? This is ahead of earnings on the 30th. I didn't even see this, but so obviously top line results, phase one slash two, no bueno. So give me a moment, guys. I'm just immersed in a discussion in trade ideas. All right. Yeah, look at Agri. I mean, I know somebody asked about Agri earlier. You know, these can just fly and then just completely not. I mean, look at this. It's now gone negative. You could not have predicted that, I suppose. You know, when it's up at 611, you're thinking everything is. Well, I mean, look at this. Pre-market, market opens, it hits six. You know, and now it's actually negative. Well, you know, Rig was last week's trade of the week. Didn't work. Actually got stopped out. Energy prices, you know, last week were starting to drift down. So consequently, that I mean, when they got underneath 100, that's where it got stopped out. When energy got under, the oil prices got under 100, that's where it got stopped out. Now, of course, the oil prices have rallied since then. And you know, to me, 469, it's a huge float. 600, you know, 600 million in the float. No, actually, it's not. It's about Lake California. You know, I got to do all sorts of math trying to get the equivalent for you guys. I've got to, first of all, our gallons are different from yours. We have imperial gallons. You've got U.S. gallons. I've got to do a price conversion. You know. Yeah, we can see it right there. There's the tell right there. I took this in the simulator, showing you how you do it on a conditional buy order. Well, let's see what's happening with oil prices. If that is, I mean, it should be, you would think that should be affected, but by that news, last time we looked, yeah, so a little bit of a move. It's still down for the day, Brent and WTI, but they were down a little bit more before. So just to show you, these are hotkeys, okay? If I had more, excuse me, if I had more orders in here, positions in here, all I would have to do is just highlight a position. See, obviously I've highlighted this, it's now gray. And if I want to get out of the trade, I just click flatten. If I want to get out of half the trade, or I could double my position, okay? So these are some hotkeys you can use. So guys, all I'm in right now is the ICVX on a short. ICVX on a short right now. That's it for me. Real, what a comedian. Okay, my thoughts. Let's take a look. I look left, 760. 760 on the weekly and the monthly chart. So it still has some room. Big float, earnings play, so it still has room, still has enthusiasm. If it pops, I know you're kidding me, Will, but if it pops on volume, hey, could have another run in it. All right, my alerts have finally dried up. So I'm going to just show you, I'm going to flatten this trade, the tail trade, show you what happens. And I'm also going to direct you to look at the maximum P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay? So this is not tremendously dramatic, but you know, obviously one of the aspects of trading, there's the aspect of buying, great. When are you going to start taking profit? Okay, so this is going to give you a bit of an idea about how good are your, you know, how good are you at managing the exits. So for instance, in this particular case, I mean, this is not the end of the world, but what if that max P&L had said $500 and I got out for $62? Obviously that would not be great, right? So, you know, it's a good idea to have this max P&L to give you a good gauge about, well, how good am I managing my exits? The other thing to look at is the distance from the exit price. Because now, of course, if you get out of a trade, what you would love to see is some big negative number, you know, assuming you went long the trade. Because that means that where you got out, it's way below the price. of where you got out, which is what you'd want to see, of course. So, again, this, I would have these three columns, obviously, and this gives you a good idea about how good are you managing your exits. Well, this one is exploding here, NEXI. This is not, I thought it might have been a energy play, but it is not. NEXI, look at this thing run. And it's a low float, 14 million in the float. Not sure I've really seen this one before. It's come all the way from 25 down to 4. And this is not shortable for me. Let me see. No, not shortable for me. NAXI, not shortable for me. Oof, I think I missed this one. Yeah, I missed this one. This was another great short. It's an earnings play. It's not an all-time low. Not quite. Did not show up in the my scan because some filter did not or did not meet one of the filters. However, this is coming into maybe a bounce area for CURI. Maybe. I mean, look at the daily chart. Got some action right where it is, around 280. All right, guys, here we go. Posh now broke down through 13. Okay, so this has room. Underneath is a room down to that 12, what is it now? 1217 or so. And yeah, look at the SPY. No kidding. Look at the SPY. Wow, look at the SPY. So, I mean, Posh, what's holding it up? I mean, maybe this 12, but with the mark, look at that. I mean, that's a massive candle. Now, this is maybe exaggerated a little bit. There we go. So it's still massive, massive candle here. Well, shorting. Thing is, I mean, I'm assuming this. I'm assuming this is because of the missile strike. I'm assuming. Shouldn't assume anything, I guess, but a reported missile strike. I think it's Aramco in Saudi Arabia. This is the news. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, just that's just the headline. I have no idea anything other than that. Just a minute, please. So if you're going to be long anything right now, it better be the right sector. And obviously, you know, based on that news, of course, the energy sector is obviously the strong sector. I don't think there's probably any other strong sector. And including cannabis. I mean, look what's happening to MJ. Yeah, I mean, MJ was falling before. You know, the SPY was falling, but oh man. Well, I'm just going to sit here and see how far ICVX can keep going down. I mean, if it takes out 5. Anybody take that short? ICVX? Anybody take it? ICVX. ICVX. Sorry for my enunciation. ICVX. Right here in my 10-day daily breakdown. Right there. You must have had me on mute, Zach, when I was talking about it. Oh, ICPX. Okay, sorry about that. All right, guys, kind of keeping an eye on the pick here. It looks like it's trying to hold that 5 mark. Good point. I will try to remember to do that. That was the time I put myself on mute, if you probably don't remember, but I put myself on mute because I said trying to get into a trade. I don't think so. FRGE, I don't think so, but let me just take a quick look. And the answer is no. No, no shorts available. FRGE. Which single window are you talking about, Zach? You mean the single stock window? How did that help you on the HP? Looking at the short float, or like what helped you on the just out of curiosity? Ah, the sector. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if this news is truly a missile strike, I mean truly, I mean that's obviously that's devastating news, obviously, and yeah, to try to short an oil play right now, I mean it's not, obviously there are going to be some that you could short, but right now that's not what I'd be doing. Yeah, so well, it's even up here. You don't even have to look under profile, right there. Oh man, I've got, you guys probably know I've got the pig sound here. ICVX, it's the grunt, and every time I hear that grunt, it means, well, it doesn't 100% mean that it's ICVX, but this is what I'm talking about. Properties, actions, pig. Okay, so every time I hear the grunt, at least right now, it's meaning ICVX is making another new low. Unbelievable. I thought the HNST was going to be my play, but this turned out to be more awesomer. Yes, poor English. Really? ICVX. What are you guys, Spanish? I know the V's and the B's in Spanish are sort of interchangeable. ICVX. Mi nombre es Barry. All right. Barry. My wife's pronunciation of my name is. She'll never get it. Guys, keep an eye on the ALLG. Not for the newbies, but take a look at this. I mean, look what it's trying to do, making higher lows. And I mean, it did the crazy, got up to 18. Just keep an eye on it. It takes out this 16 mark. You could have another little run in it. All right, so the market is sort of resting a little bit here after that big red candle. A bit of a rest here. Maybe taking a little bit of a breather. So let's see what happens from here. There's still that little disconnect going. I mean, the Dow is slightly up, SPY is a little bit down, NAS is taking the hit. How's Indo doing? Is it rallying at all? Not really. Nah. I mean, sort of, but not really. I mean, this went crazy, of course, when oil prices got up to that 135 mark or so. I mean, stupid crazy, and no reason in the world it should have got up to 87. I wish you luck, Poe. Whew. Okay, guys, what am I looking at now? Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything happening. Oh, here we go. We have a little IPO, guys. This opened 4 million shares, $14. Cowen and Oppenheimer are behind it. This just opened, ANTX, okay? ANTX. Antelope. Nope. Xylophone at the end. Test in the middle. ANTX just opened. Okay? And so it's above the IPO price of 14 as we speak anyway. So let's see what this one gets up to. I'm going to stick an alert at the high up here and see if it takes that out later on in the day. 1693, only 4 million shares. So it's very not low. Yeah. I know you're kidding. Okay, let's take a look at HMLP. Transportation and warehousing, okay. All right, guys, I've covered some of my ICVX. I've covered some, okay? And I don't know if it's going to take out 5, so I've covered some down here. Well, okay, the news, it appears that there was a missile strike in Saudi Arabia at their Aramco refinery. Okay, so that is in theory the news. You see an IPO price at 10? Okay, well, maybe it was revised because remember I put that in there. I don't know when. Maybe it was revised. but it was definitely 14 when I first saw it. At any rate, 10, 14. Well, it does make a difference. You're right. It does make a difference. Now we've got 15. Whoa, boy, it just took out the highs there, guys, in a heartbeat. Okay, so when I saw it, I'm pretty sure it said 15 or 14, okay? So and 4.6 million. So anyway, 14, 15. It's above the IPO price. Definitely don't see 10, William, but yeah, Husa actually probably was usually more active than the Indo. But again, it's coming into a lot of resistance, but around that 680 mark. Yeah, those poor people that got in at 85. Oh man, or 86, or even and then the second day they probably all right, I'm rescued. It got back up to 74, then kersplat. Come on, break 5, ICVX. Shameless cheerleading here. All right, guys, it's 11:32. So what I want to do is just make sure it is Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take a break. So I'm just going to ping him right now and see if it's going to be him. And there's our MHL or HMLP. HMLP continues right into the 200-day moving average, guys. So if you've got shorts available, I mean, this is right into the 200 day, 676. It's just kind of right, it's right there in that area. Ah, nicely done. Boy, Poe. Yeah, it worked out beautifully for you on the Indo. Yikes, look at GME now. Will it continue down? I mean, it hit the high here, 158. Underneath 150 now. Okay, give me a moment. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm going to try to get this across the VWAP added into my scans that I'm sharing. So just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. So I've asked the gentleman to add that scan. So should be available next week. The VWAP scan. Below the VWAP, yeah, 629. Well, it's giving it up for sure. Well, not for sure. It's in that VWAP, excuse me, the VWAP area. Just give me a moment, please. Boy, this ALLG is looking so interesting. Look what it's doing, just creeping up and up and up. ALLG. You guys got me paranoid now. PIK is still kind of holding that 5 level. Let's see. I don't want to lose sight of it, just in case it has another run later on. ESOA, and that was the one that got uplisted to NASDAQ yesterday. All right, a little bit of a move over 5 for PIK. Oops. Yeah, ESOA got uplifted. Is that the right term? Started trading on NASDAQ yesterday. Uplisted. Uplifted. It's Friday. Right on cue. Ija, hello. Right on cue. Oh man, ALLG, it's just inching, it's ALLG inching its way up. And yes, I did get a confirmation. It will be Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I didn't even notice this, but HMLP is actually an AI alert too. But what was I saying? I mean, there's that 200-day, guys. So that was a, prime area to short it. I didn't do it, but I certainly looked at it, but I got distracted with something else. I'm still watching that ALLG. And the PIK now, as it looks like it's trying to hold 5, PIK. Just needs some more volume to come in and really pop it back up. So imagine we get a volume bar like that again. All right, guys, so completely out of the ICVX short. So I'm in nothing right now, which is perfect. Just going to take my break pretty soon. Oh man, there's the ALLG over 16 now. that was right there. I mean, that's 1605, 1593. The next high is 1629 as it continues its march. I'd like to see a lot more volume coming in, but all right, so SPY now has leveled out, okay, after that big red candle. Another little red candle after that. Now we've got a green candle here, and that is the start, I guess, of the 11:45 candle. So let's see if the SPY can just kind of level out for a bit. And maybe, who knows, maybe even pops up, which will make bounce plays in favor again. All right, guys, on mute just for a bit. All right, I'm back. I've been hearing this IC over and over again. This is obviously dropping. Yeah, man, that was a good one. I'm just looking now. That would have been an excellent short. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Oh man, I kept hearing it over and over and over again, but the first alert was at 1595, and that is for ISEE. Well, look at this. I mean, this is just getting thumped here. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, guys, 11:49. So before I forget, okay, according to my man Rudy at Trade Ideas, this has been added. So let me just, I'm going to exit out. Whoops, don't do that. And now I'm going to load again. There we go, guys. Okay, so cross the VWAP has been added. Okay, so there you go. You want to take a look at those crosses, and of course you can make adjustments. You want a different price range. You want, obviously different volume, whatever you want to do. But there is the basis for it, and it's got both of them in there. It's got Shady's and it's got mine. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So again, you hear us talk about this. Now you know you can get it from my scans. Meanwhile, GLNG. So guys, yeah, you cannot, and look at next now. My guess is next is just some rippage here for next. Yes. Yeah. Next is gas. How's the NEX doing? NEX. It's interesting. It's not doing anything. I know they're not related. I mean, they sound like they should be the same sector, or the broad energy sector. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So when I take my break, you guys can head over there. Andy will be there at around noon. Okay, so when I say I take my break between 12 and 1. All right, so I see that pick actually releases next week, right? March the 31st. Make sure of that. Yeah, March 31st. So they announce next week for PIK. Yeah, I have for ANTX. I have an alert set at the high here. I know that sounds crazy, but if it takes out that high later on in the day, it could start to run again. That's the only way I play these IPOs right now. Maybe it takes out a 2-hour high later on in the day, and then it gets me a little bit interested. And only if very low priced and low number shares. And that's just for me, of course, in terms of the low price and the low number of shares. That's just kind of why I look at it. Look at the SPY guys really flattening out now. Look how choppy GME is. Is either you believe in it or you don't. But look at this GME. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Volume is starting to taper off a little bit here. Still hanging around that VWAP. Hanging around the VWAP is JOBY. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up, probably in about a little less than 3 minutes. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Ooh, I'm not in it anymore, but wow, ICVX had another leg down. I'm completely out of it now, but just had another leg down for ICVX. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute now. I'm anticipating Andy is going to show up in about a minute. Not quite. He's not here. Just keeping an eye on the SPY. I mean, the SPY is just flattening right out. So we've had 45 minutes after that big downturn. 45 minutes of just flattening right out.
Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hey guys. Hi everybody. This is Andy. This is the support webinar for Friday. Welcome aboard. Hi Bill. How are you, buddy? Was some ugly. There's some selling in the tech sector. I just had a pins alert go off. Not that I meant it, but definitely some weakness in the Qs today. Yeah, not that bad, but seeing a little bit of damage. Hey, Mike, how are you, buddy? Good. I'm glad everybody can hear me. Welcome to the support webinar. If you guys have any questions, that's what we're here for. Any questions about the software? If it's anything regarding B Plus and some issues you may be having with that, this is it's probably not the best place because that can be time consuming. A lot of time we need to see your support files and I have to dig through the files and all that. But anything else, we can pretty much handle it. Any sort of configuration or something. Well, seeing a little bit of profit taking so far today. I think naturally good week in the market. Seeing a little pullback. Seeing a little people taking profits going into the weekend. Feels like. I had one of my better weeks. Still sold some. I mean, luckily I scalped a lot of stuff on the way. Made some really good money on a lot of these bio ag stocks, especially this DNA. It's probably my biggest winner on the week because I caught it at the right spot. But other than that, yeah, I sold a lot, still hanging on to a little bit of things I have, but took a little bit of a pullback today. All right, Bill, you looking forward to my morning sessions? Yeah, you know what? I think that's going to be good. I guess you're talking about the swing trading service that we're going to be doing. Yeah, next is having a good day. That's for sure. Some good, gosh, a nice volume yesterday, followed up today. And really, if you look on the chart here, looks like it may want to go to 6. And there you have it. Could be targeting that level right there. So it could be another 50 cents in this thing. Really easy. Stocks in motion have a tendency to go in motion until reactive to the bond up, whatever, on a force or something like that. But anyway, yeah, especially when you have momentum, when you have this kind of relative volume. This is always a good little topic to talk about, guys. Let me pull up my Epic pen so I can guide you around here. Where's she at? There she is. All right, so we got a move here on nice relative volume. You had the huge volume. Well, it's not showing on my weekly, but you had a nice volume bar yesterday. And a lot of times, guys, it's hard to hold on, but a lot of times when you get this kind of momentum, it's going to potentially keep going until it hits a. That's Trust me, don't rush out and buy it saying, "Oh man, Andy said it's going to go to over 6." But I'm just saying, more times than not, they do continue to go until they reach some sort of resistance. And if I pull back the daily, I don't know, there could be another level or two there, but let me check. But usually when it's reinforced with all that volume, gives me a little bit more staying power. Let's put it on the daily just to see if there's. It's always good to look left. I'm sure you guys have heard that from Barry quite a bit. But let's just scroll back and see, because I don't think I could see it on the. Let's see. Yep, that was all in one day. So really, there's no resistance until the about 615 level on that thing. All right, getting back. Yeah, Bill, you're talking about our. But today's a good topic because a lot of people, like Steve had mentioned earlier to me, he's like, "Gosh, I'm not liking all the red we're seeing on our eye." I changed the name to the eye instead of what we're watching because it's going to be called the TI Traders Eye channel. But here you go. A lot of these were setting up nicely. FSR, you can see my alert there. So when you see these in the morning, these swing ideas, don't think, "Oh, great, I'm just going to rush out and buy them." No, you want to find levels where they break. A lot of times I'll be putting them in when they pull back to an average, and you'll be thinking, because if it's in real time and it pulls back to a good stock, pulls back to a nice 10-period moving average, and I like it, I may throw it in the in real time in the eye, and that way you guys. Because it may be down on the day, and you may be thinking, "Well, gosh, why is he putting this one in there?" But looking for entries on pullbacks, you may see some of that. But back to my topic here, I mean, even though you're seeing a lot of red on here, that's okay because none of these things really broke, except, and I talked about this yesterday in my webinar. This is why we're not going to come on till like 30 minutes after the bell. You got to watch those first ticks. A lot of times you'll get this kind of action. First 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the day, they'll run through a level and then just reverse. This is why I hardly ever, I got to have a lot of faith in something. It's got to be news-driven, earnings or something like that, but, if I'm going to buy in the first 30 minutes of the day. Stock I picked up yesterday, and you'll see you don't, it's gone now. But anyway, I bought this. This was getting beat up, this Scott's Miracle-Gro, and it's a pesticide, weed and feed and all that stuff. Well, it's one of the ones that hasn't been participating in this ag run, and it's kind of a seasonal stock. Obviously, everybody knows, especially if you're here in the South, everybody goes out and buys all the Scott. Anyway, Home Depot, Lowe's, and buy it to feed your yard and everything like that. Anyway, I picked this up at like 22. I waited for it to break this level right here, and boom, I picked it up on a reversal here, and I'm kind of liking this. I actually added it today right around this level this morning. This is one that you look at the chart. It's in a downtrend. A lot of people won't play these, but sometimes I like to take a little chance. You don't have to buy a lot because if you're right, you can always add if it gets to going. But I find a lot of contrarian plays can be your best friend at times. VTNR was looking pretty good, but once again, guys, look, first 15 minutes of a day, tickle this area over here. That you'll learn if you've been bitten enough on moves like that, hey, I am not chasing those 15-minute first, 15-minute bars. Still looks good. This is where I'll come and I'll put an alert right back in it, close to highs. I like to cheat a little bit. That way I can get a little head start maybe. RIVN. This is still on my radar. It's ugly right now, but, it never really, broke that level I was looking at. Opened up this morning close to it. But once again, first 15 minutes of the day, don't just be, if you have a price alert that goes off, just, think twice. There goes that next again. There you go, Mike C. If you're in it, it wants its target. Ain't nothing I can do about it. Hi, Iris. How are you? I got something to share with you today, Iris. I think you probably have all the alerts in this, but I had a webinar yesterday, and I was going to just kind of show you some of 4 of my favorite windows when I am doing homework and looking for longs for the next day. A couple of these are going to be very strong charts. The charts above all their moving averages. You guys have seen this. You can find some really good plays in that. Nice setup. It's just one I built I can't remember. Oh, I built it from my Neo trade back a couple of years ago. That I traded so well throughout the year. So I built me a little top list to help kind of find those same setups. And these are kind of contrarian. They're trend reversals. Now, ugly day in the market, so a lot of this it's not filled up. But let's take a look at some of these, like an Under Armour. See what we're seeing there. Possible trend reversal there. And revenue growth fishing. You guys have seen that. You guys know I love this one. You can find some really good potential trades on that. But anyway, I'm going to share this for anybody who I think it's a great little doc to do some nightly homework on, to look for charts. So I'll go ahead and share it with you. I should call it homework doc. That's what I should call it. I'll put it in here. I may change that name. Let's call it homework. There you go. Take a look in here right now. See, there you go. There's that pump. This is a beautiful setup right here. You got above all its major moving averages. Looks like it's a petro stock. That's a beautiful looking chart. Put me a little alert right here in case it goes through. I'll be notified. DBTY. This one would have been nice to see a little bit earlier. P10's been on there for a while, I believe. Still, it's heavy. I'm surprised this thing hasn't gone. I was mad. I'd been stalking rig for a nice kind of a long time around this range, and it gets away from you. But I set me alert, pulls back to this 10-period moving average. Maybe I'll take another look at it. All right, market's trying to dig in here and get a little bounce. Pardon me as I kind of look at my positions here. See, this is one I've had a core position. Let me tell you what I've done. Some people a little bit different, but this is what I like to do. Okay, I had a core position from 319. I bought it here. My alert went off. By the time I pulled it up, it had already gone another 7 or 8 cents. Kind of made me mad, but I bought it at 319. pretty good chunk because I was anticipating this, beaten up stock, basing, nice little base 4-well, popped above that 10-period moving average. So I was kind of anticipating a move here. So I got size, and I kept a core position. And what I do is I scalped out probably half of it, and then I kept that core position. In the last 2 days, you can see my little B plus things down here. It pulled back for me, and I would be, buying it. I bought it yesterday down here at 443 or something, and today I bought it at 445. So I do that a lot. I think if you have conviction in a trade, I like to do that. I like to buy size, scalp some out, sometimes even, maybe even 75%, because I know what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang on to that last 25%, and then I'm going to, on any pullbacks, I'm going to reevaluate and we'll probably add that position. I've done it twice in the last 2 days off this DNA, and now I got a pretty good chunk again. So it's just it's a really good way to, because sometimes it's hard. If you have a good position and decent size, it's hard not to take profits, and you want to take profits. That's why I always encourage people, if you have conviction and you really like the setup, go ahead and, buy you a little more. Now, you got the problem with that is if you're wrong and it goes against you, you may get stopped out. But when you're right, you can really, feed it out. Feed it out. Feed the monkeys, I used to say. But oh, Iris, I just shared you one, and you're already wanting something else. The bases are really hard. We can try, but I mean, it's just very hard to do. What you probably want to do is, when you say very long, how long are you talking about? I mean, week, couple of weeks? Yeah, Arch. I traded Arch a couple. I haven't traded it lately. This is setting up a nice little wedge. You can keep up. But are you talking about for a very long base? Or I'm not sure what you're talking about when you change the topic to art. Anyway, a nice little wedge setting up there, but having trouble going. BTU's another one. Both of those were trade of the week calls, I believe. BTU is actually a lot stronger. A few weeks. All right, we can. The problem is your breakout. See, you want to put it in a tight range, and I can do that by using position and not position, but range filters. But the problem is when you talk about breaking out, it's breaking out of that range, so it's going to kind of skew the range. In other words, I'll have to have the range set to account for the breakout. But let me see if I can do something. I don't want to do. Let's just do a top list first. Let me see if I have anything first for basing. I have no idea what that is. That's not going to be the same thing. Consolidating, maybe? Consolidating at 3-month lows. This may be a good starting point. And first, let's look at some charts here. There you go. So yeah, this is consolidating. I mean, the problem is the problem with ranges is they can always look pretty, but you really never know when they're going to go. I mean, like this ARE. I mean, you probably thought you had to move there, move there, and now, I mean, when is it going to go? So, but I think when you do get a range, something like this for a month, this is where you just have to come in and maybe just put an alert in it. As far as ranges goes, I found they work better in top lists because I can tell you right now, I can do an alert window where you're thinking, like right here on this volume day, where you're thinking they're breaking out, and they're not. There's good volume, looked like it was breaking out, and then it pulled right back again. And you get that a lot when you're putting in a base because you still have buyers and sellers. It's like a top, trying to pick a top. It's hard, but see if we can find a couple more. That's not very good. T's not bad there. Kind of breaking out. I think this is going to be your best bet, Iris, because honestly, there you go. Nice little range there for 3 months. I don't know why I say 3-month low. I got you. Okay. I see what I did. There you go. There's one. It works better in a top list. It really does, because if you try to use it in an alert, you're going to get head faked. Okay. So what I like to do is a lot of times is when I think it's a nice little pattern there, bounce off lows and consolidating above these 2 moving averages. See, this doesn't look like it's in a range. See, that's the problem. You have to use percentages, and even though this looks like it's been moving around a lot, it really hasn't. It's been in basically a dollar range for the last month. That's a good one. It's a little truss, though. Another one. So I think this is going to work for you, Iris. I really believe that these work better in a top list, so you can kind of judge yourself and just put price alerts in there. When the alert goes off, then you take a look at it to see if it's any volume behind it. Is it actually breaking out of the range, or is it just kind of at the top of the range? So this is actually a pretty good one. As a matter of fact, I may have to play around with this more. Three-month low. I'll get right to your Rev on your question there. I just wanted to show people. We'll take a look at the configuration here to see how I built this. And what I've done is the key ones are going to be position in 3-month range. It has to be in the lower 30% of the 3-month range. By putting a max at 30 is how I get that value. 20-day range. Okay, I even want it in the lower part of its 20-day range. But position in 10-day range, it's got to be in the upper 30% of its 10-day range. So kind of these three are the key drivers in this alert, and which goes back to how I always tell people it's amazing, these position and ranges and these range filters, how you can use them and pretty much create any pattern that you want. So they're very powerful. So if you haven't played around with them, it's a very good exercise just to spend a few hours, man, trying to create different setups using your range filters. Excuse me one sec. All right, Rev, can you explain the opening range break scan in the Market Explorer? It is meant to trade at the open. What? Okay, I haven't looked at that one, but I will. I think this is probably from Jamie's opening range breakout scan, so he may be better equipped to help you with this one. So the Market Explorer. Opening range. Did you say Market Explorer? Yeah, you did. it me? Am I the only one that can't see opening range breakout? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mike. Oh, closing range breakout. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah. I gotta take a look at that one. I am not. Well, first off, I'm not seeing anything. Is it when are you seeing stocks in it, Rev? Have you noticed? Is it at the close or only at the? We still should. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing any. You're welcome, Iris. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing anything in here. Even if I should be getting. Let me try this again. Let me just launch another one here. Are you seeing anything in yours, Rev? Or anybody else? I tell you what, Rev, I'm gonna send that one to. I'm gonna have to send it over to Michael or Jamie, whoever created this one. I'm not familiar with it, to be honest with you. He's added a few since I've been in here lately. My focus has been on a lot of stuff, but so I haven't had time to play around in this in a while. But yeah, send that to our email, Rev, and I will. I'll get it over to the right person. And we'll get you a definition on how that's best to be traded. Open my little. There were stocks in it yesterday when I asked Barry about it. I don't remember what time it was. Yeah, I imagine it's probably, but typically when you look at these things, it just keeps a count of all the trades, and they just kind of. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's like if I go to Bull Flag. Yeah, we got to clean this one up. It's getting too. See, I have the dates going back to probably ever since we started it. So I'm not sure why we're not seeing any in that closing range breakout, unless they don't. He may have it inactive until a certain time. I guess since it's called closing range. But keep an eye on it, and then yeah, send an email in, and we'll get you something for that. Seed kind of having a hard time bouncing. Is Arcade DA still pulling back? Yes, it is. Oh, man, I almost put this one on the. I don't know why I didn't. I think I saw that in one of my scans, and then I was going to put it. We're just, like I said, testing our new swing service this week. It's been great, but today is kind of a little bit kind of a mess. But the market's kind of a little bit of a mess. Been in this first solar for a while, around 78.40. It's just been kind of consolidating, like how it held up today as the market sold off. I think it's one to keep an eye on. It's earnings back here, and it's popped, and now it's really been holding this 10-period moving average for a couple of weeks now. So, you might want to put you in alert around maybe 80. And if it gets through that one, and that was on the that would be on your stocks to watch. I'll be right back. I got to tell somebody something. Hold on. Alrighty. Did buy some SPXs today at 1778. More for a hedge, but so definitely not a short position at this time, but more, like I said, more of a hedge. All right, let's take a look at the eye. This one's having a decent day, very good day actually. This CTRAD. This one's having a great day.
Wow.
These are up. This one's still setting up. Not doing anything there. A little bit up. IRT, not bad. EBG, and I put this one on. This is a very thinly traded stock that I've been in for like 5 days. What I did is a lot of these stocks, when RKDA started going, I loaded up on seed. I loaded up on white for like 5 days. This one was one, yeah, I think I got in at 128, 129. I can't remember, but been in that for a while. But I don't know. It's in the right. It's a bio ag stock, so never know. It could get going here at some point. I liked this one right here. Is one that teased. Now it had earnings on the close this day, and then gapped down and had a beautiful reversal, but it could not get above this 50 period moving average. Today it tried it again, so you might want to keep an eye on this. Put your little, stick this one back up there. It gets above. Beaten up stock, had earnings. A lot of times some of these stocks have been beaten up like this, and they come out with earnings, and I didn't even look at earnings. I'm more concerned about the reaction to earnings, and I liked what it did. So one, you may keep an eye on if it can get back above those wicks, which it's a big if, because it's been rejected a few times.
Wow.
But yeah, a lot of these ones, even though they didn't do anything today, they're still on the radar. And a lot of times, what we'll do if they didn't trigger and they come back and look set up again, we'll add them back onto the list. Here's some wows going off over there. That's interesting. Oh, I can't justify buying a soccer team. I shouldn't think like that. If the volume's there and it's going. Hey, Perfect Circle, how are you, buddy? when someone says maybe blank sector is setting up, how does this translate to the chart for you personally? What SMA, EMA, or pattern? Very good question. Let me try to think. I'm trying to think of an example. I can definitely let me just kind of go through. Well, I know it's not going to be any energy sectors. Those, nope. These already ran. Okay.
Wow.
This may be setting up again, and what I'm talking about, it's always nice if they're hugging their moving averages, but they don't have to be. A lot of times, if the sector is really, really strong, it won't even let the moving average catch up to it. Okay, that's just reinforcing the strength behind a possible move, and GDX is a good example here. So this one, is setting up. Now, one would argue that it was setting up, prior to that, and theoretically it would be, but for whatever reason it just didn't go. And it's a lot of the oil stocks I noticed were doing this. They were all setting up, but you could not get them to go, And then all of a sudden today, a lot of them just fire off all at once, and I missed all of them because I was in a chat with somebody. But I think it's more a combination of the pattern, and it could be a number of patterns. My favorite patterns is like a consolidation, above the moving averages, or a wedge. A wedge can be a nice little pattern. Let's take a look at that. For example, arch, I think, is a good one for a wedge. Okay. It's getting sloppy, all right? Okay, but it's holding this 20 period. It hasn't closed below this 20 period. It's not always the 10 period, okay? Once they start getting sloppy and consolidating, some other lines will come in play. But a lot of times the pattern will mean more to me than the moving averages. And right here, you have a potential setup and a nice little wedge developing. Where is that line at, dot at? So this would be considered and I could probably go back further, but I'm just going to draw it from right here. You got a nice little wedge pattern developing, and it's above its moving averages. So this is one that could get going. Now, it has spent a lot of energy over the last few months, okay, but still, spent energy, but still, it's forming this tighter as we get toward the the funnel of this wedge here. So, that can be a great setup. There's a lot of, things that could be setting up. Maybe a 3 days of pullback and then a doji. I wish I could find one. Let me see if I can. Trying to think. Let me do. See, what moving average would you say is one that if a setup drops beneath, it's no longer setting up? Well, it depends on the setup. If you're using like a wedge in this case, it can drop below like it did today. Okay, gap down and looked like it's breaking its 20. It's 20 period, but look what happened. Drop down, head fake, and then back up, and now it's back up above this 20-period moving average. So typically, what people have to understand if you're day trading, you probably want to get out if it breaks down below a key moving average in a nice setup. But if you're swing trading like me, technically you should probably wait for the day to close. Now I know that sometimes it's very hard to do, like the day when the markets are showing weakness. A lot of times I will just bail and won't give it a chance. If it doesn't do what I thought it was going to do, I'll get out. But You know, I was taught as a true swing trader or a position trader, I should say. Okay, and if you're trading off the daily charts, you should focus on the daily charts and not get caught up on the intraday action. Because a lot of times, and we've shown you many cases of this, a stock will look like it's breaking down, but by the end of the day, it'll put in a tail and it'll close right back into its setup. So it's I'm trying to think of an example. Seems like I've seen one of these recently. Well, I mean, this is, I'm not going to use that as an example because it's actually an ugly daily chart, but it's sometimes just the way I trade. But I'm trying to find a good example. If anybody sees one, lets me know. Steve's always usually has one or two of those where they look like they're breaking down. Let me see if I can find anything in here. That one's still setting up nicely, but it's just it's a cheap stock and it has earnings on. Well, it's going to be hard for me just to look through stocks and try to find what I'm looking for. But let's say this First Solar is a great example. Let's say this is another setup that I'm talking about. This is, if you can say that if a sector could look just like this on any chart. So this is a one I was talking about where it's over the last couple of weeks almost. It's popped up above its 10-period moving average. Okay, and it hasn't closed below it. Now look on this day right here. Okay. I'm trying to remember if I owned it on that day. I can't. I think I might have. But anyway, you see how it broke down there? Let me zoom in. Okay. So if you're swing trading and you see a breakdown right here below this 10-period moving average, really you shouldn't be getting out. Okay. You're a swing trader. You want to see how it closes. Is it going to close back above that 10-period moving average? And it did. It bounced back. Now my trade is still intact. The setup is still very much intact. And now is the last 4 trading days, it hasn't gotten anywhere near its 10-period moving average. Now, ugly price action so far this morning, and it could continue. But as a swing trader, that is not going to get me out. And trust me, when converting, I was a day trader for 17 years, even though I did some swing trades in my, in my 401k and long-term accounts and things like that. But it's hard. It's hard to adjust from, seeing this intraday action and holding on to your trades. But you have to really focus on the big picture here, and it's still intact. The setup is still intact. There's no reason for me to get out. So that's my logic. Now, that being said, I have in the back of my head, I got this saying I keep saying over and over: if a stock doesn't do what I expect it to do, I'm usually quicker than most to get out. In other words, if some people may buy, trying to figure out where I bought this. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, so I'm at 70, basically right here. Okay, so I probably bought it back on one of these days right through here. Okay, so I'm expecting this thing to hold the 10-period moving average and then move up. Now, that being said, this is where a lot of times you have to just not look and focus on the stock you're trading. You got to focus on what the market's doing. Okay, so in other words, if the market really starts tanking today and it breaks back down below this 10-period moving average and it keeps continue going down, the market keeps getting hit, the solar sector keeps getting hit. Let's take a look. Solar sectors right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. The sector is down 3.5%, but look at First Solar, it's only down 1.38. So it's relative strength within its sector, even though it's not relative strength within the market. So, but sometimes, guys, it's just a gut feeling, okay? we've had a nice run in the market, and then all of a sudden volume starts coming in, and we start tanking going into a weekend. A lot of times I will just bail. I will just bail, going off my gut feeling. But and and sometimes I wished I hadn't. 2 or 3 days later. But I can say this: it saved me more than not by going with my gut feeling. And a lot of that just comes with, hours and hours and hundreds and thousands of hours of screen time. You've seen things over and over and over again. Sometimes you have a pretty good gut. Let's see if this man. I got a pretty decent chunk of this now, and I'm thinking I want to hold a little bit. I've done so well in it. I want to hold a little bit into earnings, which is Monday, because I think this is one of those kind of things that even if it's kind of bad earnings, it's probably priced in. But we'll see. Let's see. I owe my risk management to you and your guys here on Trade Ideas. I can read about it and hear it and blue in the face, but being able to watch you explain it. Thank you. Thank you, Perfect Circle. We appreciate that. And
Wow.
I think that's one of the big benefits of Trade Ideas. It's a lot of us started together. Me, Steve, Brad Williams, Dan Merkin, all started on the floor about the same time together, back in, let's see, what was it, 96 or something like that. And then Jamie was not far behind that. And, of course, Michael's been trading a while. Chris hasn't been trading as long, but he's been studying us for years. So he's doing very well. And so we have a lot of good experience here, and you're not going to find that in a lot of software companies. Trust me. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. And I'm really excited about this swing trading service that we're going to start doing, because over the years I've seen so many people come to me and basically new to trading, and they get the software and they're not sure what to do with it. And so this is going to be a great little practice. We can do this an hour in the morning, and we can look at the trades we're looking at and kind of walk through the scenarios. And I think it's going to be a blessing for a lot of people that don't want to jump in a stock and ride it for 30 seconds and bail out. It's funny. And there you have it. Let's see where it got to, guys. 625. So let's just go over here. It's so hard when you have those profits, not to bang them out. But look at that. That was just textbook right there. Went just above. Not to say that it can't go higher, that's for sure. But if I'm in this thing and I've been riding it, I would definitely be, banging out. Probably, I may keep 25% of the trade, but 25% move, I think I'd be happy. Stick and move. See, there's it'd be a nice little topic for the last. Many of you guys have probably heard this, but Steve and I had a service where we traded. It was called Ditto Trade, where people could latch on to our trades. It was a broker that would go out and buy like block a position, and everybody would get the same price. It was a cool concept. They just never put any money behind it, and we couldn't get it going. But it was a great concept. But we had a style we called swing scalping, and that's kind of what I do. Is we look for the setup. Okay, we call it like riding a wave. Okay, you look for that good wave, that good setup, and then you jump on, and then you ride it until the wave kind of peters out. You bail, and you're on to the next wave. So a lot of times, if you get a good move and you bang it out, don't kick yourself. Even if you get out of all of it, maybe you're in this next tee, you're heading the weekend, you got a great trade, you bang out, and then you come in, Monday or Tuesday, and it's up, another $2 or $3. That's okay. Don't kick yourself, because what you can do is when you sell those positions, okay, you're releasing more capital. So then you can find that next setup. So maybe that next setup you're going to get, because what I've examined over the course of, Steve and I, over our trading years, is when you find those good setups, it's usually the first 3 days is where you
Wow.
get the gist of the move. It's going to be the biggest part of the move. And then typically what happens after that, it starts waffling, it starts pulling back, and you kind of start guessing, okay, where is it going to pull back to? When is it going to go again? So for us, it was just easier, man. We get that 10, 15, 20%, just get out of it. Don't second guess. And and trust me, I've kicked myself a couple of times to turn around 2 months later, and it's up another 20 or 30%. But you got to remember, what did I do with that money that I took? I probably went and found another setup and did it 3 or 4 times. So ride the wave, jump off, and go find another one. Which my wave on this DNA is, I'm afraid it may be starting to peter out, but I don't know, man. It seems like to me this thing could possibly make it up to this 50-period moving average. But I don't want to sit in my size that I have right now for over earnings, so I'll probably sell. Just keep a little chunk. The war stocks. Yeah, well, let's see. They look pretty good. As a matter of fact, Steve and I were powwow, and we always kind of powwow before the trade of the week, and we'll bounce some ideas off each other. He makes the final call, but this was one I loved. And hey, this was on our swing trading, the eye on Monday. So this was a beautiful setup that had we had our service open, you could have taken advantage of. Very easy trade. It opened up and then went right above it. So, man, that would have been a good one. I can kick myself. I was preoccupied in probably these ag stocks, so I missed it. But it's setting up good. Now, it's had a pretty decent move here over the last 5 days, and it is getting up here to resistance, so it could have a pullback right now. But you could. I don't chase. For those that like to buy all-time highs and sell higher, that would be your bogey right there, that 104 for an all-time high. But me, what I'd like to rather do is maybe put an alert right here around 100. I do this all the time. I'll set these in here, and then I'll just forget about it. And then what will happen a lot of times in another 2 or 3 days, boom, alert will pop up, and I buy it, and potentially then it goes to all-time highs. That's my style. I've never been a chaser when it comes to swing trading. It works for me. I'd rather find a nice, sweet setup. If this falls back down below this area, I may just go ahead, because it's getting into Friday afternoon, and I know they have earnings. Probably a lot of people are going to want to bail, so I may have to cut it if it breaks down below that area. Man, seed can't get anything going today. It's hanging on a little bit better, but still. Silver. This is one I've kept a core position and just I scalp out half and then may look to get back in, but that's still setting up nicely, back above all its moving averages. But man, tough little traders. Not my favorite. Steve Park's in here, and he's been in here for a while, and that's kind of his game. But I'm more of a in and out kind of guy. Hey Aja, how you doing? Oh, it's Manchester United is one that went off, and it probably kept going. Yeah, that one. You a soccer guy? I don't know what the it probably is something like that because I do notice this big giant volume bar. I don't know if there is. Okay, they're your enemies, huh? Ah, okay. All right. You know, I enjoy soccer when I don't know why I don't watch it more when I do watch it. A good team, two good teams playing, but it's just growing up playing football and baseball and basketball. I just had too much on my plate. But owned by the Russians, so we up for sale, huh? Oh boy. I wish this little thing could get going. Not easy sitting in trades for 5 days. All right. So as far as that the Trader's Eye channel, I got Rudy working on an icon for us for our channel, and hopefully that'll get finished by today sometimes, and we should have it up. I'd love to have it up on Monday, but I need to get that icon so we can have something in the channel bar to address it. But if we get that, I'm pretty much ready. I've already built the the docking channel for it, so just have to get Brad to input it. So if not by Monday, surely by Tuesday you guys will have a new channel in there called the Trader's Eye, and so you'll get the now we have to set up and rearrange some scheduling and all that for us to do the webinars. It's probably going to be, I'm not sure how we'll do it, but I'm probably thinking it's going to be maybe this week right here where we launch it. Okay, a couple more minutes. So if you do have a question, be sure to get it in. Don't try to do too much. It's a Friday. I can promise you this: in all my years of trading, if we tallied up all the days, Friday would be the worst. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it, buddy. I'll give Barry a couple more minutes. Thank you, Bill. You have a good weekend, too. Boy, you can't stop that one. That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, Steve he can riff on the bass for sure. He's pretty good. Yeah. He used to I think he used to we used to do a lot of videos, Steve and I'm gonna try to get that back. We used to have a Today Trader YouTube channel where we had tons of videos on there, probably almost 7,000 subscribers, and yeah, I think he did a little riff one time for our kind of a intro song. If he's in here, he can tell me if I'm pretty sure he did. He can confirm. All right, let me let Barry know I'm ready when he is. He may be in here listening. Just I think he wants me to drop them in both because I'm not sure which one he's looking at. All right, guys. When he comes in, I'll be signing off quickly. So you guys have a great weekend. And we'll be back at it again next week, as always. So are you in, Barry? All right. See you.